Alright, there we go. Sorry guys, had an update on my Go XLR. Was not letting me unmute the microphone. It's kind of weird. But it should be all good now. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. We're going to be getting into some game development. I was going to say game dev, but I don't know why. Anyways, let's get into it. Yo, let's open some stuff up here. Man, my mic sounds like something got messed up. Let's see, testing. I guess that looks good. Let's turn that maybe down a bit. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Alright, alrighty. Save that off. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. Let's get into the desktop so you guys can see. Just messing around with the Go XLR settings here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up everyone? Updates, lots of updates. Sorry, it's been a couple days. I've been going to family graduations, so I haven't really had the chance to stream. And I had my last graduation that I went to yesterday, so I am back at it today. Yeah. Let's see, while that's updating, go ahead and fill these in a bit. Overlay camera to remove. Camera data. Just say equals default, I guess. I know it's redundant. I don't. So I'll just say it equals null. No, I don't want that. Why is it yelling at me? Uninitialized. I know that it's uninitialized. I'm initializing it right here. Stop yelling at me. Frickin' writer. Well, whatever. So yeah, this is my studio's projects. These are a bunch of tools that I use in all of my Unity games that I've kind of developed out over the years. So I've just been working on these lately to then start working again on the platformer 2D section, or 2D game that I'm making. I don't really have a name for it yet, it's just called Platformer 2D. So yeah. Let's see, where was I? So I have all sorts of packages that are just kind of things that are used in every game that are pretty standard. From audio to cinematics. I've got a core project that has just a bunch of default stuff in it. Like I have my own mono behavior here. So I have a base behavior that all of my stuff inherits from. It gives it this nice description field, and then I use this in a base behavior editor that is a custom editor of that class, and it just lets me, you can see down in my base editor, it just kind of lets me put my logo and stuff and put some tabs on different components, which actually, let me get my project open and you can see what I actually mean by that. But what I was working on last is this camera system. So I have what I call my cinematics project, and it kind of handles everything camera related. It has a main camera, camera manager with a virtual camera and stuff like that. And I was actually filling these out. So yeah, I used to have anything related to the universal render pipeline was in the cinematics project itself, but I actually don't like that. I like to separate out concerns. That way, this base cinematics project, as you can see, it still has the reference to the universal runtime, or render pipeline runtime. But we're going to go ahead and delete that because we don't want it to have that reference, and we can get rid of this using statement, which fixes that error. And so now there's no errors. It doesn't have any reference to the universal render pipeline, and then that's why I created this second project that's called cinematics.urp for universal render pipeline. And then we have a URP camera manager that inherits from the base camera manager, and then has the universal render pipeline stuff in there. That way I can create another cinematics package, or project, I should say, like so. We will call it Dark Matter Studios.unity.cinematics.hdrp for the high definition render pipeline. And go ahead and get that created. So then that way I have one that has all the universal render pipeline stuff, and one that has all the high definition render pipeline stuff, and one that's just a base project to be used in anything that's not the universal or high definition render pipeline, which would just be the standard rendering pipeline, obviously. But I have found that the universal render pipeline, or HDRP, I'm just going to call them by their acronyms here, are actually pretty far along that you don't really need to use the standard render pipeline anymore. It kind of doesn't make sense to do so because you can get some extra performance and features out of using these two, such as the shader graph and stuff like that. So yeah, so here is here's kind of what it looks like. Any of my scripts that inherit from that base behavior that I was showing off, they then are skinned, I guess. They're themed with this nice little setup. It shows my logo to show that it's one of my scripts. And then it also has a main and an info tab that you can switch between. And on the info tab just kind of has a description that I fill out. For example, that was the audio player, I think. So as you can see, it inherits from base behavior. And then all the way down here, I'm overriding that description on the base behavior to fill it in. And then that's what then shows up here. And then I've also got this little note here that if you want, you can switch this to debug mode, and then you can actually edit the description yourself if you wanted to change it. But we don't want to change it for that one. That's in case you write any scripts in here that then inherit from base behavior. All right, so let's get rid of that. We have our URP camera manager. Let's see, where was I? Okay, so what I'm doing is in the base camera manager, I'm setting up a few different events that we have in our camera events static class, such as setting the target, setting the background, or setting the bounds. Actually, I kind of want to put this before that. I like to organize stuff in a certain way that makes the most sense to me. So setting the target and setting the camera bounds are Cinemachine things, or they're related to Cinemachine. So with my camera system, I use Cinemachine, as you can probably see. And then setting the background is a way to set a background on the camera, and I have a pretty cool background system that I'll show off that allows it to scroll infinitely if you want it to. So yeah, let's see. I actually had this in a different, I had this in the Platformer 2D class, but I want to set it up here. Am I going to get the confiner that way? I think I'm just going to fill it in the serialized field. So yeah, let's go ahead and just register for these events. And let's grab the on disable as well. Sorry, that should actually be virtual. Just in case you need to override it in, say, the universal render pipeline camera manager, if I wanted to do some on enable or on disable stuff here. Like, in fact, I am doing that. So let's go ahead and make sure we fill this out correctly. But we want to make sure that we still use the original on disable. And let's go back to here. All right, then here's our 3 methods that will be used in here. And the set bounds I want to put actually up here, like so. Now, one thing I don't like about this is I currently have it set up to do a Cinemachine, or use the 2D confiner, and maybe I don't want that. I think instead what we will do is let's change this to call this set bounds 2D. On set bounds 2D, that way this can be used for both 3D and 2D. And what kind of collider would we want to use? That is a good question. So I guess we would use maybe the mesh collider or the edge collider. Probably the, oh, that's 2D. We want something 3D. I guess we'd use a box collider most likely. Let's just do a box collider for now, that way I can move on. Box collider. And that should be on set bounds 2D. And on set bounds, this will be a box collider bounds. The bounds to set. Camera's 2D bounds. The 2D bounds to set. And then that way, back in here, let's go ahead and duplicate. Let's just duplicate that on set bounds 2D, and we'll call that set bounds 2D, and we'll rename that to set bounds 2D, and same down here, set bounds 2D, set bounds 2D, and then let's go ahead and make a regular set bounds. And this will be a box collider bounds. All right, so then what we'll do is has confiner equals virtual camera get Cinemachine component Cinemachine confiner 2D. Why doesn't it like that? Isn't that not a Cinemachine component? I guess let's go into it. It's an extension. Interesting. I would assume that would have been a component. Can you get an extension or something? Nope, I guess not. So we'll just do a regular get component. And if not has confiner, then virtual camera dot add extension. Do I have to do new for this? I think so. So new confiner 2D. What doesn't it like about that? Yeah, so it wants you to just use get component and add component. That's really weird. So I guess game object dot add component confiner 2D. We got extra parentheses there. So if not virtual camera has this, then add it. And let's go ahead and we don't need any of that because we don't want it to show in the inspector anymore. So we will put that down here. And we'll have a regular one as well for the other method. It can be made read only, huh? Interesting. Probably do the same here then. And we want to make sure we set that value to this add component. Now, what don't you like about that? Yeah, see, I thought I couldn't make it read only. I got ahead of myself there. Okay. So we set the reference to the component that we just added. Actually, let's just do this a different way. Just do the null coalescing operator there. So it'll just check, has this confiner been set yet? And if not, if it's null, then we add it, and if it's already there, then awesome, and we set the bounds. So then we'll just take that and we'll copy it up here. And this one will just be a regular Cinemachine confiner. Oh yeah, and we gotta set the right variable when we do so. And it would be now, does the regular one also have a 2D shape? That is strange. I didn't realize that. So let's see. Cinemachine confiner. Gotcha. It has to be set to confine 3D. And this will then be the bounding volume. Oh, interesting. So wait a minute. I could just use just the Cinemachine confiner then and just switch the mode. Well, let's just do that then. So Cinemachine confiner. Maybe we'll do this in awake. Setup confiner. That way it's not called every single time that we set the bounds, because the bounds might change from level to level, for example. In fact, we'll just leave it on there. Oh, so then I can put it back up in here, actually. So I don't need to do that. Okay, let's go back, Cinemachine confiner. We'll just call this the confiner. The Cinemachine confiner component. And then that way we don't need this reference. We don't even need to set that up because we're going to give it the reference in the inspector. I like to give things references in the inspector as much as possible because then it's already serialized for you. You don't have to do like a get component in Awake, which isn't too bad, or it's not bad at all actually, I should say, but if how do I want to do that? But if it's already serialized in the inspector for you, then that's one less thing that has to be done in Awake, which saves you a little bit of performance. And if you do that all over your scripts, then you'll save a lot of of performance. Blah, blah. All right, let's see. So confiner dot confine mode equals confine 3D confiner dot bounding bounding volume, I think it was. Yeah, bounding volume equals bounds. Boom. All right, now maybe I just get rid of this because it's kind of redundant. Well, you have to set. I'm forcing you to use certain colliders for this then. Let's see. Best collider for Cinemachine confiner. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. Package that code in a custom Cinemachine extension. Oh, interesting. You can create your own custom extension. So probably a mesh collider. That's what I was thinking to begin with. I wish you could do like a compound collider so you could use multiple. But so we'll make this into a mesh collider instead. Which means this also has to be a mesh collider. Bounds to set, perfect. And perfect, so that's set up properly, and then we'll just take this and we'll make that to confine 2D, and we'll set this to the bounding shape 2D, and boom, we now have 2D and 3D. Now, oh yeah, we gotta update this to a mesh collider as well. Boom, okay. So we have this set up. Got the URP stuff set up. Let's go ahead and close, stay organized here. And we will build this. And so this is all just plain C# projects and a solution that I have completely outside of Unity. It just references different packages from Unity. And when I build it, it automatically takes it and places it into my project by the same name, because they're both under the same folder. But that doesn't really matter. I have it set up so that, for example, in this project, in the project file, it has a copy build output method in that it then uses, where it goes and it finds or it sets the directory, and then it takes anything that's built from this project specifically, which is the audio project, and then puts it into that output folder, which you can see is under plugins, Dark Matter Studios Audio. And that's kind of the same for all of these other projects. That way, all of these tools can be built into right here, plugins, Dark Matter Studios, and then here's all those different projects, and they get built into assemblies, which can then be used inside of Unity because they have Unity references. And then maybe any prefabs or stuff that go along with that, I then have in here as well. For example, the audio manager. So yeah. So now that that's been built, let's go ahead and close all that out. Our cinematics is updated and ready. I did not. In fact, hold on, I gotta set that up actually for this HDRP project that I just created because it's not there yet. I actually don't like having nullable. And hold on, let's change some of the properties. Properties. We want C#9, I think, is the highest that Unity allows at the moment. And I always target net standard 2.1. That's usually the best to target, unless you need something older. Then you can target, for example, you could target, well, I don't even have, oh, here we go. You could target .NET 4.8, which is like the older stuff. But .NET Standard 2.1 cuts a lot of the older stuff out that you don't really need anymore, because it's outdated, and we want to stay updated with the latest and greatest. So we'll set all that. Didn't I just change that? Shouldn't that be updated now? I guess it doesn't matter. And we'll paste that there. Access, blah, 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 cinematics dot, this will be what, HDRP. And make sure we add it there too, because we don't want it to take the cinematic stuff and put it in the HDRP folder, or the URP stuff and put it in the HDRP folder. Then, just for good measure, I'm going to copy this because I thought it would have added that. So that way we force C#9. All right, then got to do this one as well, I think. Yeah, no, that one's already set up. And so we'll do the same thing. We'll grab this target output, fill it in there really quick, and we'll call this URP and URP. And boom, and then we'll build it again. So when we build it, we should see under the plugins cinematics, or actually just under the Dark Matter Studios folder under plugins, we should now see 3 cinematics folders, which we do. We have a regular, an HDRP, and a URP. And then each of these has a runtime folder with assemblies, and some of these projects, like say the core project, also have an editor project that goes with them. So if I go back here to Dark Matter Studios under core, there's then an editor folder as well. So this is basically the same setup as any of these other Unity packages that you might see. There's editor, there's runtime, there's tests that we can throw in, and there's an editor path for different things. But yeah, so I try to stick to the same formatting and standard of standard Unity packages. And then how all of this works together, each of these can be exported out into a separate Unity package that can then be imported into any other project to already have access to these tools. And what I do is I've created a scriptable object that represents what a package is, and I have one for each of these, except for the 2 new ones that we just created. So let's go ahead and create those really quick. So cinematics.hdrp and cinematics.urp, and then this Unity export package just points to whatever the right folder is. So this one should be HDRP, and this one should be URP. And then I have a handy dandy editor script that I've put a menu option for up here under the Dark Matter Studios tab. And if you export Unity packages, it will take a second, but it's basically going through each and every one of these scriptable objects that represents what package to export, and then it's exporting it. And as you can see, I have the destination path on here as well, which just points to my server. So, because I have a separate server set up that's separate from this computer, where I keep all my stuff and backups and all that good stuff, you know. What's going on here? Interesting, okay. Get rid of that. Current process has used all of its system allowance of handles for window manager objects. Interesting. I've never actually seen that error before. I hope that didn't break the exporting here, but I have a feeling it did. So let's close a few things maybe. Oh no, it didn't actually. So yeah, and then I have it, of course, log out all the different packages that it exported. It says exporting packages, and then it starts exporting them, and it shows you as they're successful. And right now that's actually not asynchronous, but I could make it asynchronous, and then all of these would show up in the log as it's exporting, which is probably a cool idea, but not super important to do. But yeah, so now all of those packages have been exported, and if I go to my Dark Matter Studios drive under Unity packages, here they all are. And one other thing I forgot to show is that these scriptable objects can also have a version on them as well, which I could auto-update each time that they export as well, because it's a new version that's going out. So I might have to set that up as well too. But for now, I just keep them all at 1.0.0.1. So it then exports the package with the version, and then each of these can then be imported into some other Unity project that I'm working on, so I don't have to recode these things each time I build a new project, for example. And then I also have a full install, which just basically has all the packages, is what I was going to say. Sorry, I'm thinking something through. And then I can use these packages to import all of the existing packages just in one package, so I don't have to do them all separately, is kind of the purpose for that. But now that I have a HDRP and a URP, we might have to think this through again. So let's say full install .hdrp, full install .urp, and then we'll just update the cinematics to use whatever it's supposed to use. So we'll swap it out with the regular one. Actually, they're going to need the regular cinematics package as well. So it should have both the regular and the HDRP. And we'll copy that and go back to the URP. Add that in there as well. Boom. All right, so then those are set up. And I guess on that note, I think this also needs it. Because this package has a reference to this package, and if they don't both exist when you import it, you're going to get some errors. So we'll go ahead and update those. then we have a full install.addressable, which is just that, but with the addressable packages as well. So we will make 2 more of those. I know it's kind of a lot. So this will be URP addressable. So we'll then add the URP there. And then it has some addressable packages in there as well. And then this one will be HDRP. Maybe I want to put addressable first. I like that better. URP. All right, so we have a full install that has all the regular packages, a full install.addressable that has the regular packages but with the addressable versions as well, so that you can use addressables, which I highly recommend. Addressables are awesome. And then we have the full install HDRP version that has the HDRP cinematics, the URP version with the URP cinematics, and then addressable versions of those. So it has the same thing, but then with the addressable packages. Kind of a lot, but you never know what you're going to need for each project, and maybe there's a better way I could think about how to do this, but that's not really important at the moment. So let's go ahead and re-export all of those again. And if we go in there, you will see that all of these have not, well, you can kind of watch them as they get exported. The date modified gets updated. So it's what, 1243 right now. So as we go through, these will get updated with the right time, as well as we're going to have a few new packages for those full install. There they are, down at the bottom. So yeah, in fact, well, let's wait for it to finish. It's going to take a second here. So, and then this this Unity project that I export all these packages out of, it has the same name, unity.darkmatterstudios, while this one's called darkmatterstudios.unity, and I do that so that I know, because this does not start with Unity, it's just a regular C# solution or .NET solution. But it's Unity related, because I also have another one of these that is for Unreal Engine, or I could have one for Godot or for any other engine that I might want to use. But this one specifically is Unity related. So that's why it's called darkmatterstudios.unity. And then the Unity project is unity.darkmatterstudios. It starts with Unity so that I know that it's a Unity project. And then this is where all those projects get built into. What, did I get that error again? Is that what happened? No, I think it's just exporting. Perfect, yeah. So it took a little bit more time that round, because there's a few more packages that it was exporting and putting together, and those full packages use everything, so that's part of the reason why. And now if we go in here, we'll see we started at about 1242 and we ended at 1245. So all of these have now been updated to the right date modified. So you can see that if I hadn't had that window open, it actually pops it up for you, is what it does. But that's not important. So what I was saying though is that this Unity project, where I build all these projects into, is then kind of the testing grounds for these projects. So for example, I've got for my audio project, my audio tool, whatever you want to call it, I then have an audio manager with different audio players, as well as different scriptable objects that are used throughout this package. And in here, I am then testing. So I have a music player in the scene, and then I have an audio player tester script. And all of this is scripts that I write inside of this project because I don't want to mix it up and put it in the other project. In here, I would rather create like a unit testing project, and then that could go into the test folder. Yo, what's up, Mimo? How you doing today? So yeah, have this audio player tester, and it then has reference to this music player in the scene, and it has some main menu music so that when I, let's go ahead and turn this off for a second, so that when I play the scene, I don't know if you can hear that. Yeah, there we go. You can then hear the audio. And then so I've got like other things in here as well, like some UI. So this is all using the new UI toolkit, and it has a whole system. You can see under my persistent managers, here's the UI manager. And it has reference to 2 test screens, and that's what it's switching back and forth between because they're hooked up to each other. But we were testing the audio, and the audio is working awesome. So I've also got this amazing cutscene system, and this can be used to play splash screens, it can be used to play cutscenes, it can be used to just show static images, and how I have it set up is to play my my Dark Matter Studios splash screen. Yeah. And then so there was the video version and then the image version, which is the static image. And then when they're done playing, it then goes back to everything else that was in the scene. So yeah, that's how that works. We just exported that out. And now, interesting, I don't know when that happened, but we're good. Now we can go ahead and open our other project, the Platformer 2D. In fact, I'm going to switch over to the green screen version here. There we go. You guys can see a little bit more of what's going on. So, in here, I was kind of last time I was working in this project, I was kind of coding things out within the project, which was redundant, seeing as I actually have a lot of these systems already created. Like, I don't need any of these scripts anymore. So, for example, let's go ahead and get rid of that. And under prefabs, we don't have an audio manager yet. Okay. And scriptable objects. Okay. So we got rid of everything audio related except this folder is where like the actual audio clips are kept, so we don't want to get rid of that. And what we will do is import the new full install.addressable.urp package, because that is what we're using in this project is both universal render pipeline as well as addressables. So we'll import that in. It's going to take a second. And it's done. Alright, it's going to yell at me because I kind of renamed some stuff. I used to call this one thing was called sound emitter, but now it's called audio emitter. In fact, what I might have done is it's now going to have that reference in here. So let me back up. We're going to delete the Dark Matter Studios stuff because there's going to be duplicates of prefabs because I renamed some things. And then we'll just re-import it and that way there should no longer be any duplicates. So we want full install .addressable.urp. Boom. So we import all that in. You'll see the Dark Matter Studios folder will show up again. Ta-da! And then inside our folder, if we go into the runtime prefabs, that sound emitters folder is now gone because it was renamed to audio emitter. I am drinking from a jar. I actually really like mason jars for some reason. I don't know if it's because they're glass or whatever, but I like to use these a lot for some reason. So I just got some developer juice in here, you know, good old coffee. Yeah. It does. Like I'm drinking tar, huh? Interesting. Now, all right, so then if we go into this location, in here, you'll see these had reference to the scripts that I had written in the project itself, and we want to swap that out with the actual Dark Matter Studios stuff instead. In fact, we don't even need that or that. We already have a prefab made for those, like the music player. So we'll throw that right there. And that's already got its reference. And that's just an audio player. It plays music. And if I wanted to add, say, an audio trigger, so like the music player, or audio player, its job is to play an audio cue with whatever configuration that you get it, and on whatever channel you tell it to play. So for example, I have an ambience channel, a music channel, sound effects, and voice, and then that all matches here in the audio mixer. We've got different channels. That way different things can be leveled depending on your needs. And so what I was going to show is this music player no longer has a collider on it because we have another thing that's called an audio trigger, and we have a 2D version as well. And since this project's 2D, we'll make this the 2D one. And what that does, it then has a circle collider as well as the audio. That looks funny. As well as the audio trigger, and this you can then tell it what layer you want it to be looking for. So we'd put it on player, for instance, and we'd put an audio cue in here, and if the player then goes into this trigger, you can see it automatically sets up the circle collider as a trigger. That way physics don't interact with it. But if the player is then detected inside of the collider, it would then trigger whatever audio that you have here. So just a few different tools that I use. So what I was kind of setting up is I have, this is what I call, I guess, a location. And a location has a scriptable object that then has reference to the scene that it should load, or because there are, say, there's like a path from one location to another location, which I'll just show you really quick. So we have a thing called paths. So like this one, for example, is a path to location B, and it has a box collider that if the player is detected in that box collider, it would then load this location, so which is location B, that then has reference to the location B scene. And this ginormous blue dot, which it just looks big, but it's actually really small. It just looks big because I'm zoomed in. But this is, if the player goes into this trigger, because right now we're in location A, the player goes into this box collider trigger. That would then load location B and put the player into location B. And let's say they came back from location B through the same path into location A. This is just a gizmo that I wrote in this path script that shows where the player will be spawned at. Because when the player comes back, we don't want them to spawn inside of this trigger, because then you would just have a never-ending loop of switching back and forth between location A and location B. So that way I can take, so I have like this path entrance object, which represents this, and I can move it around, and it then shows you like where the trigger is that it's related to. So, yeah. So let's see, what are we setting up next? So as part of my Dark Matter Studios tools, I've got this wonderful thing that I created called the Startup Manager, and it actually adds this nice menu into the project settings. I'll figure that out later. Adds this nice menu into the project settings, where I can configure a profile, and we actually want to use the addressable profile. And then what we would do, in fact, hold on, we got to set up a few things. So whenever I pull in the Dark Matter Studios tools into a project, all of these, or not, I shouldn't say all of them, but some of them have like a manager that is related to that specific project, like an audio manager, for example. And I do not like to use the prefabs that I created, which sounds weird, but instead what I do is in the project itself, we'll create like a persistent managers folder under prefabs, and we will then go find that audio manager, and we will create a prefab variant of it. So as you can see, there's a regular one, and then now there's a variant, and you can kind of tell that because it has this slightly different looking icon. And what that allows me to do is, let me get this over into the persistent managers folder. That was kind of weird. Unity's always weird like that. And then we'll just rename this to audio manager. And I can tell that this is a variant because of the icon. And that way, this prefab is a reference to the original prefab that's in my plugin. And if I ever make any changes in the original project back here, and I rebuild this audio project and I re-export it out, and maybe I change the audio manager in some way, when it gets imported into this project, because this is a variant, it will automatically reference that the existing audio manager in my tool, and populate any changes that might have came with that. So that way fields are still filled in and stuff. So I then take all of these managers, and let's go mark this as addressable. So we'll create a new packed assets group, call this persistent managers, and anything in this group is then a persistent manager. So we'll just drag this whole folder right here. And so anything that I add to this folder will now automatically become addressable, and show up down here. So for example, we have our audio manager prefab. And what that allows me to do is then come back here to this wonderful startup manager system that I was talking about. And because we're using the addressable profile, it requires addressable assets. Whereas if I go back to the default, it just wants regular prefabs, just game objects. But we want to use the addressables because it's easier to just use it from the get-go. So I would go in here and I would then select that addressable audio manager. And what my startup manager does is anytime that I play any scene in my project, these are all the things that you might spawn or have in like an initialization scene. And it will automatically instantiate or grab them by their addressable address, depending on which version you're using, before the scene loads, and it'll make sure that they're all there. So for example, I have this music player in this scene that will be sending out, in fact, we're gonna have to create an audio cue. Sorry, there's a few things I have to create here. So we'll create an audio folder. We'll call this audio QSO. And then as you can see, I have a Dark Matter Studios option with all my different tools and the things that you can create for them. Specifically, we are creating an audio cue. And an audio cue is just an audio clip, but it's a scriptable object that I've created that holds that clip, because you can then put one or more clips in here. So for example, we'll just put this retro theme music in here for now. And then this audio clip is then music retro theme audio cue. So this audio cue scriptable object then represents this retro theme music. And if I wanted to, I could add multiple different music clips, and it will, you can then pick a sequence mode, and it will play through them one at a time, or you could switch to random and it will randomly play through them, or you could do random no repeat, which then ensures that whatever the next clip is played is not the same as whatever the last clip was playing, because regular random might choose the same one 2 times in a row. And maybe you want that, maybe you don't. So for example, you could create an audio cue that represents footstep sound effects. And maybe you have a couple different footstep sound effects in here, and you would want it to, as it plays this audio cue, you would want it to randomly pick the different versions of the footstep that you have to have variation, and it would then randomly play them as it's queued up. But let's go ahead and set this one back to just that. Well, when you only have one audio clip in here, this doesn't matter, because there's only one clip. So we've now created an audio cue that represents that retro theme music. So back here in this music player, we can then select that retro theme music audio cue, and we can tell it to play on start. We can tell it to repeat. Because this is a music player, we do want it to repeat. So because music should loop. But then that way, like if you wanted to, you could actually add multiple audio cues here for different types of music, or you could just create an audio cue that has a bunch of different music files in it, and the music player will then randomly switch between those, or it'll play them all in order like a music playlist, and the repeat option would then play through each one of these one at a time, and after finishing the last one, it would then go back to the first one and repeat. But we don't want to do that because that's going to be kind of weird. So we'll just have that in there one time. And so we have a 2D audio config. I've already created a bunch of configurations that kind of represent different situations where you might play music. So you have ambient, 2D ambience, 2D music, 3D ambience, 3D music, sound effects that are both regular or low priority because maybe you have a crap ton of sound effects. So you would use the low priority configuration. And that just kind of has all the settings that would go onto an audio source. And then we have also set the music audio channel because again, we have different channels that then match up to the mixer itself. So if we were to then play this scene, we might actually get some null references. There are no audio listeners. Yeah, that would make sense. We also have to set up our camera manager really quick because that's the guy with the audio listener on it, is the camera, right? Oh, you know what? So here's a good example of, in fact, we'll keep the variant here. We'll put it under the persistent managers because we always want to have a camera. And we'll rename it because we don't need it to say variant. We already know that it's a variant because of the icon. But as you can see, if we go in here, I forgot to set up some of the references in this camera manager. Or specifically, I forgot to fill in the confiner. So if I go back to my Dark Matter Studios project, I can then go to that camera manager. And I've got a variant in this project as well for testing. But we want to go to the regular one. And we would then fill in that confiner, which we have right here. So it's just on the virtual camera, boom. So now all of these are filled in. That prefab has been updated. We will export the Dark Matter Studios packages again, which is going to take a minute. I guess let's just watch the whole process here. We're actually in this project exporting. So we're just re-exporting all those projects, and maybe I don't need to re-export all of them. I could probably check for any changes by like hashing the project when it's exported, and then comparing against that hash when it's time to export again. And if the hash matches what it's going to be exporting, then we can probably skip that project because nothing's changed in it. That would probably speed up this process a lot too. But what we're going to show is that this camera manager that we made a variant of is still missing this reference. And as soon as we are done exporting the package again that has fixed that reference, we will re-import it to this project. And it should then fix that reference for us because this is a variant that has referenced back to the original prefab. That way we don't make changes to the original prefab on accident while using it. We make, if we want to do something different, we make changes to the variant, which then keeps the original intact. So there's always the original. So all the packages were exported successfully. As you can see, it brought up the file explorer for us, showing us where they were all exported to. But that doesn't really matter. And what we're going to do is then re-import. We'll just do the full install. Because cover all the bases before you even start doing any dev work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, so these are the tools that I've been working on for Dark Matter Studios that kind of covers all these different systems that you would most likely have in any project that you made in Unity, regardless of what you're making. So for example, here's the startup and the startup addressable project that handles this startup system. We have a UI and a UI toolkit project. We have audio, cinematics, cutscenes, developer console, loading screen, logging, serialization, a save system. Trying to a different approach with my current hobby game this time. Let's always do what you're doing now, or build all the systems. Yeah, that was kind of the problem I was having too, is I did a lot of work on all of these systems, but then I would never actually make progress on the game that I wanted to work on. And that was kind of the reason for building this in the first place, is so that when I do have a game idea, which I do right now that we're working on, I can then import these tools into an empty project and get a head start on actually working on the thing that I want to work on, which is a lot less friction to get to building the game, right? So yeah. All right, so then we imported that new package, and if we look at our variant, you will see that the virtual camera confiner was actually filled in for us because this has reference back to the original prefab. That way, when I make changes, it all populates throughout each project. In our startup system, we want to now add, and you'll see the camera manager shows up here automatically because again, in the addressable group, instead of adding these objects separately, I just added this whole persistent managers folder, and that makes it so anything that's in that folder will automatically be populated here as an addressable object. And then that's why the camera manager is now shows up as one of the addressable assets that you can select. So we now have a camera manager that will spawn in. I'll show you when we play. And the audio is working now because we actually have an audio listener. Let's pause for a second so I don't have to talk over the music. But as you'll see, this startup configuration manager has then taken these addressable assets and it has addressably loaded them and spawned them in under a persistent managers object that's set to do not destroy on load. So as you switch between scenes, those will always stay there because they're your persistent managers, right? And what we were trying to test was the music player, but before, when we tested it, we did not have an audio listener in the scene because that lives on the main camera, and that's kind of why we went down this rabbit hole of getting the camera manager in here as well, so that we would have that audio listener, and as you can hear, the audio is working. So yeah, so now let's go ahead and make prefab variants of all the other stuff that we're gonna need. For example, let's just go to the plugins folder. Let's see, which ones do I want to use here? Actually, I should have set up the URP version of this, but I haven't created that here yet. So we'll do that in a sec. But so for example, let's say we want to use the cutscene system that I created. I would go into this package. I would find the cutscene manager prefab. I'm going to create a prefab variant of it again. And then we will drag that variant into that persistent managers folder, which then gets it to show up here as an addressable asset automatically. And let's go reset it really quick. Or I mean, rename it really quick. We'll just get rid of the word variant because we already know that it's a variant based on the icon. And then I can come here to the startup manager, and I can then add another asset that needs to be instantiated before any scene loads, and we'll set that cutscene manager. So then, let's say we have a, in fact, I don't need to add a new object. We'll take this cutscene player prefab, and this is the same idea as the audio player, except instead of playing audio, it plays cutscenes, right? Duh, simple enough. We will have it play on start, and we will have, we'll have to make a cutscene really quick. So let's stay organized. And under scriptable objects, we have a folder called cutscenes, and then we will come here to the Dark Matter Studios cutscene, and we will make a video cutscene. And this will just be called Dark Matter Studios Splash or some crap, I don't know. And then we will fill it in with the Dark Matter Studios splash screen, just like on my stream. And we can choose a background color and stuff. Oh, you know what? Do I have this set up to... Okay, anyways, we created that cutscene scriptable object. We can now fill it in here on the cutscene player. And we could register for some events like when the cutscene is started or when the cutscene is completed, because this player is going to play on start. Maybe we don't want to load some things until the cutscene has finished playing, so we can then register for that event and have certain things loaded as soon as the cutscene's done, for example. But now I need to check out my cutscene manager, and this is using the new UI toolkit. Awesome, that's right, I did convert it. Okay, so we have a cutscene player in the scene now, and in our startup configuration, we have the cutscene manager that will ensure that the cutscene manager is instantiated into the scene before it has been loaded itself. And then that way, when this cutscene player sends an event to play the cutscene that it has, the cutscene manager will already be in the scene, marked as don't destroy on load, and it should then play that cutscene. And that cutscene is just this video file that I have, which is just my Dark Matter Studios splash screen. Getting some weird sample overflow stuff. Interesting. That all looks correct. Okay, anyways, so now if we play the scene, we should actually get that cutscene first. There we go. So it's playing the cutscene. It's playing the music too, but then it'll fade out into the actual scene. So just some cool stuff that I've created so that I don't have to constantly recode these things. So let's see, what else can we add to this project? We're probably going to want logging. So I have a log manager. We will make a variant of that. And what I've done here is I have a logging system that's obviously only used for development because we don't want logging in an actual published build. But we'll throw that in here. So we're going to create Actually, we'll just throw it in here for now. It's fine. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. So we'll throw it in here to have this log manager, and this log manager then picks up logging events and writes to the log, just like you would think it does. Nothing special, but that way, on the log manager itself, you can then have, you can define different loggers. So this default one is the Unity logger, and that writes the log messages to the console. You could then add a second one that writes to, say, a text file, and a third one that writes to maybe a server in the cloud or something. And then that way, this log manager picks up any logging that you're trying to do and then automatically logs it to those different locations with these different objects handling that respectively. And actually oh no, this is the variant that I'm changing. So, but yeah, we'll get rid of that really quick. So there's logging. We're gonna want a save system probably. So we will create a variant of that as well. And throw that under persistent managers. Let's just go through and we'll grab all of them and then rename them when we're done. Startup is already handled for us. I'm actually really not liking the new UI toolkit system. I liked it to begin with, but I've found that it is very difficult to use in runtime as opposed to here in the editor. So for any tools that I make for myself here in the editor, I always go with the UI toolkit now. I think it is far enough advanced and it's a lot easier to work with for that purpose. You can literally bring up the UI builder window and then just drag and drop visual elements and scroll views and set them up how you would want them to be. And I love that feature. That is really nice to use. And I tried to use it for runtime, and I've been somewhat successful. But what I've found, for example, if you have an animator in your UI that maybe plays a small animation like the loading animation or the saving animation, any type of animation in the UI, it's a lot harder to play animations in UI Toolkit, which I hope that they will update UI Toolkit to make that easier. But as of right now, it's still very difficult to play animations using UI Toolkit. So I actually prefer to use the old UI system. And by the old UI system, I guess I mean the current UI system, because there's an even older UI system, which is going to make this very confusing. But but yeah, point is, so we're going to take this UI manager and we are going to create a variant of that and throw that into persistent managers. So we have UI, we have a save system, we have logging, we'll even get the developer console in there. That's always nice to have. So the developer console is this thing that I've created. What do you mean? And like, so what I mean by animation in the UI toolkit system is not the animation of the UI itself. Let me show you. Okay, let me open this other project really quick. So the new UI toolkit system makes it really easy to animate the UI itself, and that's why I was trying to use it for runtime. But if you have, say, a sprite animator in your UI, you cannot use that in UI toolkit yet. That's where it gets yeah, exactly. So if you've got like a sprite sheet that represents a spinning circle, for whatever reason you can't do that in UI Toolkit. At least not at this time. But I hope that they will fix that because it's supposed to be their new latest and greatest UI system, and it would be wonderful if that actually worked. So, for example, actually, let's see. There it was. So I have this save animation in the Midnight Sun project, and it then uses a sprite sheet. Right here's the sprite sheet of all the different, and then it like cycles through those sprites using the animator. But you cannot attach an animator to a UI Toolkit window yet. And so that's kind of the issues that I've run into. So UI Toolkit is phenomenal. I actually really like it, except for these small caveats and speed bumps that I kept running into. So for now, I personally use the regular UI system still, where you create a canvas in the game scene, so that I can still do things like this. And as soon as they add the ability to do this, for example, I will probably fully switch over. And then the UI Toolkit I just use for like editor creation and stuff. But yeah, and then we'll play this animation really quick so you can see what it looks like. Maybe. Let's just go get the window open, I guess. Animation window is what I was looking for, because then we can click on here and play it. It's not letting me click on anything. Oh, duh, I have to have the object selected. All right, so now with the object selected, I can press play. We can see this nice little camel animation. Yeah, fancy. I think I showed you this before, though, Mimo. This is from a while ago. But yeah, it annoys me that I can't do stuff like that in the new UI Toolkit system yet. That's one of the limitations that I've ran into. But other than that, the new UI Toolkit system is actually phenomenal. So yeah, back to the developer console is this thing that I kind of throw into every project. And it's just let's get zoomed in here so you can actually see what it looks like. It's just a little console that has some different buttons, as well as it keeps track of the different log messages that you've used. And this is then a runtime console. So in fact, Mimo, you might have seen this in the Air Everywhere application. That's where this, I originally developed this for. Did I create a variant of that yet? I'm not sure. Let's do it just in case. And it'll yell at me if it doesn't want me to have it. So we'll take that and throw it into persistent managers. Great, I did not yet. And let's go in here. Get rid of the word variant on a few of these. Did I leave a space? No. Okay. And then back to our startup manager. And let's fill in those new items that we just added, like the developer console. And we'll just put these in alphabetical order. The reason for that being, it then helps me to keep track, because it always shows them here in alphabetical order, and then I can match against this list to say, oh, I forgot to add that one in. So that one should be the save manager, which seems to have an issue with disposing something. And this one would be the UI manager. No, I guess it's the startup manager that's having a problem with that. And anyways, that's harmless error. So then when we start, you can now see all those different managers are in here ready to go and do their job. Yeah, so I found a way to do the animation in UI Toolkit, but you then have to like code the animation yourself to switch between the different sprites of the sprite sheet. And I was like, well, I'm not going to take the time to build that. I'll just use the old system until they figure out a good way to do this. Yeah, exactly. And I don't like using coroutines either. In fact, I don't use coroutines for anything in Unity, even though that's like the standard. You're right, I probably could make a GIF of it, actually. I didn't even think about that. That's a good solution. But what I was saying is I actually hate coroutines of any kind within Unity. They're very annoying. And I prefer to use async and await code instead, or even use the job system for background threading and stuff like that. Coroutines are garbage to me. So, which I'll show you. I'll show you some code that uses that in a minute. Hold on. Yeah. Tweens are okay. It depends. Personally, I use the now everyone has different opinions on how this was pronounced. I like to call it do tween because it just makes more logical sense that it's doing something like do fade or do move or something like that. But I guess the actual way to pronounce this is dot tween, because the original version of this was hot tween, right? It's hot tween version 2. So it's actually pronounced dot tween, which is, that doesn't make sense to me. I will always call it do tween. But yeah, so I use do tween for pretty much oh tween. So yeah, I use do tween for pretty much everything, and it is phenomenal. If you don't use this, it is a great asset to use. Hold on one second. Yeah, do tween is the best. And I prefer not to use coroutines with it either, even though it has that ability. For example, let's see, like I have like a scale animation in my, so this is my UI project for Dark Matter Studios. And I have a bunch of animations that are already created for the UI. And this is the old UI system. I also have a UI toolkit project as well. That way I can keep them separate. But then in here, under the UI, I have different animations. This one, for example, does a scale in animation, and it uses do tween to do so. So instead of doing any coroutines or things like that, I will fully set up the sequence with all the different stuff that it needs. And then when I play it, you can register to like an on complete callback. And I'll then put code in here for what to do when the sequence is done playing. For example, we set the scale to the end scale just in case, and then we return back the completion result. Yeah. Because I like to do this as tasks, right? So these are all asynchronous task stuff. So, because like this method itself is a task, and then if we go into like an actual view, I have like what's called an animated view class. This is a whole rabbit hole I could go down. I could do UI stuff forever. Learned all of this from Jason's story, by the way. But in here, when it shows itself, so this class represents a view because I follow the model view presenter, or even the model view model, or model view controller, whatever pattern you want to use. This is pretty much based off model view presenter because that's kind of the standard pattern to use in Unity for UI. And in here, we then have an asynchronous show method for showing this view, and we then await that playing animation, which it could be any of these animations: fade in, fade out, scale in, slide in. You can make whatever ones you want to, and it then awaits that full animation. So then it can fire an event when it first starts and an event when it's done. So, and then that way I'm not doing any coroutines, and you don't have to then create like an IEnumerable method and then fire that off and yield await for seconds and all that crap. I feel like all of that's very messy. And it probably worked back in the day for the older versions of Unity. But these days, most devices are multi-processor and have background threading and all of that good stuff. And so I like to do asynchronous await because it just feels a lot cleaner to me. So anyways, enough of that. So where were we? Oh, that's what I was going to show. So, yeah, for real, right? Yeah, coroutines are awful. In fact, Jason Storian and I did, hold on. Let me turn off this music so that every time I play, I don't have to keep talking over it. So, you'll see, I got a warning down here. Oh, well, hold on. Let me go back to what I was saying. So Jason Storian and I did a bunch of testing on coroutines and async and await. And async and await is actually faster and more performant than doing coroutines to begin with, which is really weird because it's not like async await code didn't always exist because it just comes from C#. Whereas Unity has implemented C# into its editor. So it's technically always had the ability to do that. So why coroutines were created in the first place, I will never fully understand, I guess. But yeah. So what I was going to show off is the... That's true, yeah. I guess it's probably probably easier for people to understand when they're first learning how to code things. Especially as I feel a lot of Unity developers didn't take the time to just learn C# and .NET itself to begin with before getting into Unity. You kind of get into Unity first and then go, oh, well, C# is the language that I need to know to code in Unity, and then you start learning C#, but you don't learn like core C#. You then start learning Unity C#, which is like how to work with this game object and how to do different stuff like that. So anyways, yeah, Jason Story always used to yell at me and because I used to be like that. And then so I took the time to learn all this core C# stuff. So yeah, what I was going to show off here is this developer console. We have it in the scene here. And as you can see, we got a warning in the console that was logged. And so the developer console has this nice notification window that I can, here, in fact, let me make this bigger. It's probably very small. Has this nice notification window that then shows me at runtime any logs, warnings, or errors that I have received. And I can click on this to then open up that developer console, I think. It's not working at the moment. I think actually because of the warning that it's talking about is there's no input system. In fact, yeah, duh. Do we have an event manager. We do not have an event manager in the scene, so clicking on things isn't going to work yet. And that's fine because I actually have a hotkey set up, which might also not work because it's technically input, and it's not working. Okay, well, hold on. Let's go fix that really quick. So we're hung up the DB like a mono behavior and a regular class. Yeah, so like Unity teaches you to use mono behaviors, but mono behaviors then come with a lot of overhead. Now, should you use mono behaviors? Yes, absolutely, but only for things that are actually objects in your Unity scene. For example, this location is a mono behavior. That then allows me to add it here as a component in the inspector, and because it represents an object in my scene. If I had something that was not an object in the scene, I wouldn't want it to be a mono behavior because then it's going to be held to Unity's life cycle, and it's going to use the awake, the on enable, on disable, the update methods. Even if they're empty, those methods are technically still being called. Even if you remove it from your script, those methods are still technically being called. So anything that doesn't need to be an object in your scene, you should not make a mono behavior. You should just make a regular C# class for it. Or scriptable objects was kind of the other answer for that, because a scriptable object doesn't live in your scene, it just lives in your project. And because of that, it then doesn't have a transform connected to it. It doesn't have the same life cycle updates as a mono behavior. So there's a lot less overhead for using a scriptable object as opposed to a mono behavior. And even less overhead for using just a regular C# class as opposed to a scriptable object or a mono behavior, right? Oh, they wanted to do everything with mono behaviors. Well, I would be willing to guess or bet that they didn't fully understand the overhead that's involved with that, and they would probably want to do that because they're thinking of the phrase composition over inheritance. And if you then create everything as separate mono behaviors, you can then compose objects with different components, right? That's composition, as opposed to inheriting from a bunch of classes and stuff. So that would be my best guess, but I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah. We're making a input manager. In fact, don't I already have that? I think I made that in the last game dev stream. Yes, we do. Now, I must not have made a prefab for it. So we have an event system, which I actually have to put an event system on to drag into that. And we'll add that and replace it with the new UI system. I mean, the new input system. I'm getting confused now. Too many systems. Throw that in there. And then we created those. So this is what we were creating that last game dev stream, was all the input actions and stuff like that. Now, I don't have an input project in the Dark Matter Studios tools, which I've thought about making many times. The problem is that every project is going to have different input, different input requirements. And so I kind of recreate this in every single project, which I don't like doing, but so I need to find a way to genericize some of the input code and make another Dark Matter Studios tool out of that. But then you can pull that into any project. You would then already have like your input manager and stuff like that set up. You would just need to go into the input settings, wherever I have that. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I feel like they move all this stuff around way too much. Where am I looking? It's probably, oh, okay, input actions. This is what I was looking for. But then you could then pull in that input tool. You're already going to have an input manager with the event system, and everything's already hooked up for you. The only thing you would have to do is create this input actions map, which the scriptable object would then reference, and you could go from there. But for now, I have not created that because input is kind of, yeah, it's unique to each game, exactly. So, but I really want to extract the non-unique stuff out and create a project for it. So I'll probably do that next, or next stream or something is what I mean. So anyways, we have our input manager in here now. Let's throw him as a prefab into the persistent managers. That way we can come back to our startup manager and add it in through here. That way it gets instantiated into the scene before the scene itself loads. And we probably want to make a variant of that, but we'll get to that. That's not important right now. We just want it in here so that we can actually click on things or press keys on the keyboard and get that developer console showing. So again, if I run the project, I actually do not get the warning this time. Hold on, let me finish this thought and then I'll answer your question about persistent managers. So I actually don't get the warning this time, and that's because it was complaining that there was not an event system in the scene, but now there is, so the warning has gone away. But what I was trying to show is that when a warning or something shows up, we get a nice notification on the top, which you saw earlier, or we can press a hotkey on the keyboard, which is not working. Did I change it to something? Hold on. Whatever, I'll figure that out next. I think I changed the hotkey. I used to have it on the key right underneath escape, whatever that's called. It's like a apostrophe, but it's like a backwards apostrophe. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Thank you. Yes, the tilde, I think it's called. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm probably butchering it. Anyways, so what I do with the persistent managers is all of that is controlled through my startup configuration. Let's go to the code really quick. I'll show you the code. So I have what's called a startup profile, and just like I have a base behavior class that inherits from mono behavior, I also have a base scriptable object class that all scriptable objects that inherits from scriptable object, and then I use it for all my scriptable objects to do the same thing. That also allows me, I made a custom editor for scriptable objects so that when you're looking at one, instead of you just filling in the scriptable object here, it then actually shows the editor for that scriptable object so you can edit it and stuff yourself. This isn't actually a good, that's not a good example. But yeah, so then it gives you this main and info tab again, right? And anything that then uses that, like the cutscene player is what used that one specifically. In here, the list is empty. So I have a custom scriptable object editor that if you don't have a scriptable object filled in, it gives you a nice create button. So I could then create one right here instead of having to right click and go find the right type of scriptable object to create from this menu, right? It's like I'd have to go through here and be like, oh, which one did I put it under? I guess it's cutscenes, video cutscene SO. But instead, this requires a cutscene SO. I can then just create it from right here. Or if I fill in the scriptable object, it then makes it into a drop down. So I can then drop that down and edit the scriptable object from right here in the inspector instead of having to go find that scriptable object. Yeah, it makes it a lot nicer of a flow. So back to the startup thing. So I have a startup profile that's just a scriptable object, and it has an abstract method called initialize. We then have a default startup profile that is a startup profile, and this is the one that just uses game objects or prefabs. But this will show you, I guess, how it's working. Is this profile has to implement the initialize method, right? Because that's abstract from the startup profile. So it implements the initialize method, which then gets called from the startup configuration, but we'll get into that in a second. And for this default startup profile, it's going to initialize the persistent managers, which what it's doing is it's checking, do you have any persistent managers in this field? And if you don't, then it just returns. There's nothing to initialize. And if you do have references dragged in, which are these right here, this is the list. If you do have stuff that's in here, it creates a new game object called persistent managers, which will play the scene. So it then creates this empty persistent managers object. It then sets that object to not destroy on load, and grabs the transform of that object, because I don't want to keep calling into the transform itself. So I cache it here. And then for each persistent manager in the list, it's then instantiating that prefab and setting its parent to this persistent manager's object that is set to not destroy on load. That then gives you this one object that will not destroy on load, with all of the persistent managers underneath it as clones, because they were either instantiated or loaded through addressables. And that way, each of these does not have don't destroy on load marked on it, because you can't do that to an object that's not a root object to begin with. So that's why just this object has it, and then everything underneath it automatically becomes don't destroy on load because of this one object. And then to, I guess, tie that into singletons, I rarely use singletons for anything. And in fact, so I like to do everything through events instead. So for example, my audio manager, anytime you see base behavior, that just represents a mono behavior. So my audio manager is just a regular mono behavior. I don't have any singleton reference to it or anything in here. The only way to interact with this audio manager is then through the static audio events that I've created. So any manager that I create for a system, there's usually like a matching events class to go with it. Yeah. That way there's no singletons, there's none of that stuff, which, as we all know, can get messy and bad. But then you're doing everything through events. So you would then call into the audio events master volume changed event to signify that the master volume has changed. So like for instance, if you had a slider on a settings screen that changed the master volume, every time that slider changes, you would then call this method. The audio manager would then pick that. Oh, actually, the audio manager does not. I actually have this goes down a whole rabbit hole. But I have an audio settings scriptable object that keeps track of the current volume of everything, including the master, the ambience, music, sound effects, voice, etc., and keeps track if those channels are muted or not. And then it's actually the one that's listening to that master volume changed event. And if you change the slider in the UI, it would call this event. This audio settings scriptable object would then pick up that event, and it adjusts the master volume value, or I guess the property that's on this scriptable object, and then it updates the audio mixer with that new master volume, as well as when you make changes, this object then on enable and on disable loads whatever the last settings were and then saves whatever its settings are on disable, which right now that just does player prefs, because audio stuff doesn't really need to be saved out to a file. Player prefs is good enough for audio. So if you were to then set the master volume to 50% and then exit the game, that master volume would be saved to your player prefs, and then the next time that you open the game, it would then be loaded from the player prefs, and it would still be at the same value that it was at. So this is one of the cases that I use player prefs for. But then I've also got like this entire save system that saves things using actually whatever type of system you want. This one is very sophisticated. So now I should say that this has a singleton behavior to it, which as you can see inherits from my base behavior. So if I do need something to be a singleton, I have a way of doing that. And so the code is already there written for me. And then the save manager, for instance, just inherits from that. But I'm actually getting rid of all of that. I just haven't had time to update this system yet, because I do not like using these. But if I needed to, I have a way to do so. Including, I think I have one for scriptable objects as well. Yeah, so I then have like a singleton scriptable object. It's a whole nother concept, huh? That inherits from my base scriptable object class. And that basically does the same thing as a singleton mono behavior. But what it is doing instead is it's finding all the scriptable objects in your project's resources folder. And if there's none, it creates the instance. If there is one, it gives you that instance. And if there's more than one, it gives you the first instance, but then logs a warning that you have created more than one type of this scriptable object that should only ever have one of it. So that is a singleton scriptable object. But yeah, I try not to use those anymore. So in fact, we will get rid of this and update that to base behavior. We don't need that anymore. And we'll just make that regular async void awake, which, if you did not know, Unity lifecycle methods can be turned into coroutines, which means, since I don't like coroutines, they can also be turned into async and await code. Yeah, fancy. So yeah. All right, so we've now updated this save manager is no longer a singleton. It's just a regular mono behavior. That way, let's see, where did that go? That way, anything that happens with this save manager will be done through its events. Because that's how I want everything to communicate with the save manager. I don't want anyone or any other object to have reference to the save manager itself. What should be done instead is these events will be invoked, and if there is a save manager in the scene, which there usually would be, like here I have my save manager because it's marked as one of those persistent managers that are created in startup. It will then be registered to those events and pick up the events, which then keeps a very nice separation of concern. So yeah. Let's see. But yeah, this save manager is a whole rabbit hole that we could get into. That alone is a very sophisticated system. It has everything from compression to encryption and how to save different things. So just like my logging system, you can add multiple different ways of where to log things. So you could have like the Unity log, you could have a file log, so it writes the logs to a file on the local device. You could have a cloud log, so it then sends the logs to a server to be held in the cloud, right? I'm changing all this at runtime. But anyway, so just like this log manager is set up to log to different places and kind of congregate all the logs to then do that, I've also got this save manager set up the same way. So for example, I have a file save system that when you tell the save manager to save, it then saves whatever data you're telling it to a file locally on the device. And I haven't had time to finish this system yet, but for example, I would create like a cloud save system or server save system, whatever you want to call it. And instead of writing these files directly to the local device, it would take those files, package them up, serialize it with JSON, encrypt it, compress it, all of that good stuff, and then send it to the cloud, to your server, to be saved on the web, right? That way, your game doesn't have to save things locally. And if you were then to run your game on a different device, it could then pull that data down from the cloud instead of trying to read a local file. And then that way your save is persistent throughout any device that you play on, right? So, but you might want these for different things. You might not always need a cloud save system. So that's kind of why I started with the file save system. And then the cloud save system, I'm actually planning to have it take the file from this file save system and then send that file to the cloud instead of rewriting all this code to create its own file and do that itself. So anyways, we'll be working on this soon because this is good stuff to have. In fact, hold on, maybe I can show you here. So like here, for example, what I was saying is, so here's the save manager, and it uses, I actually have to update this field so that it can have more than one. But right now it just has the file save system dragged into it. In that file save system, there's save system settings, which then can use I have it set up to use Newtonsoft for serialization, SHA-256 cryptography for, well, that's for hashing. I then have it set up to use gzip compression, so it then makes your file as small as possible before sending it somewhere or before writing it to your device, as well as I have it set up to use AES encryption. So the cryptography is for hash verification, compression, and encryption, right? That's what all these are for. Anyways, we'll get into that another day. That I could talk about that system specifically for a very long time. That is a very involved system that has a lot of moving parts to it. So, but yeah, the point is, you can see I have all these set up as scriptable objects. Maybe I don't want to use Newtonsoft. Maybe I want to use the Unity serializer instead. So I could then swap that out and use Unity's serialization instead of Newtonsoft, which I'll probably never do anyway because Newtonsoft is just that much better. So, yeah. So that's. I think I answered your question though about the startup system and how the persistent managers work and how none of them are singletons, or none of them are supposed to be singletons technically anymore, but I haven't gone through and finished updating some of them yet. Like the save manager was not updated yet. Let's see if so the UI system I did update already. The scene director, I guess I did update most of these. So my log manager is still a singleton. We don't want that. So let's fix that. And yep, everything's already good. My loading manager is still a singleton. So we'll update that. My developer console is not. My cutscene manager is still a singleton. So don't need that and don't need that. That fixes all its errors. Let's see, the camera manager is not, and the audio manager is not. Perfect. So yeah, so I've gone through and removed all references to anything that's a singleton. Nothing is a singleton anymore as I want it to be. Now, if I really want to still use a singleton, I have that ability. I have what's called the singleton behavior that I just showed earlier. I also have a persistent singleton behavior, which inherits from that singleton behavior, does all the stuff in that singleton behavior class, and then marks the object as don't destroy on load. So if I really wanted to, I could still use those things, but I don't like doing that. I will probably get rid of these three classes just so that I'm not tempted to use them for something. But for quick setup, it's nice to have them, I guess. Which this, by the way, is the core Dark Matter Studios project, because it has the core stuff that will be used in every other Dark Matter Studios project, hence why like the base behavior, that's just a mono behavior with a description field, is in this core class, or in core project, sorry. So yeah, I've got all sorts of stuff like factories, right? I've got that exists in the core project, so that, for example, in the audio project, where's my factory in here? Oh, so in the audio project, I can then inherit from that factory scriptable object and tell it the type of object that it's a factory for, and then I don't have to code anything else. The factory code is already built for me down in this factory scriptable object that exists in the core project. So the core project kind of gets pulled in with every other project. Yeah, that's how that works. Let's see. But yeah, so I've got all sorts of stuff in here like factories, entities, mono behavior stuff, object pooling stuff, which this object pool used to be my own object pool that I wrote, but since Unity came out with their own, I actually adapted it to use Unity's new iObject pool. But I still have my own wrapper around that, because I then give myself extra functionality, like being able to pre-warm the pool on awake, for example. So, anyways, going down a rabbit hole. I forgot what I was working on now. Oh, that's right. So we need to check in the developer console. Who is using this? On-click notification, show the console. There should be somewhere that I am detecting input. Maybe that's in the settings. Where did I put that? Dun, 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 dun. It's got to be in here somewhere. And maybe I don't have it in here anymore. I must have got rid of it. So, oh, you know, probably why too is, so I think I had an update method in here that would be detecting input from the hotkey. And if that input was detected, it would then call the show console method, which would show that developer console. That's where we were. We're trying to get that developer console to show up. But the problem is, we are not using the old input system. We're using the new input system. And I don't really have an action map or an action set up on the input action map. And I also don't want to reference that from in here. So what I really need to do is like if let's see, we have it in the, I think it's in here. No. Manager, no. I forget the preprocessor directive for this. I think it's like input, Unity input system. I think that's the preprocessor for the new input system. And then we'd have like just do an else, and then So any old input we'd put here, and any input from the new system we'd put here. Now let me make sure that's the right for Unity new input system. That is not. Yeah, here we go. So, oh, it's enable input system. So enable input system is for the new system, and enable legacy input manager is for the old system. So we'll take this. We'd put that there. And we take this. And let's make this an else if actually. And then that way we can put new input stuff here and old input stuff here. And we'll fill it out by going, now I had a place to set this hotkey, I thought. I don't remember where I did that. I'm pretty sure I did it in here, but I must have got rid of it. I don't remember why. I need to redo this. Oops, that was not the right thing. I need to redo this whole developer console anyway. It's kind of outdated, and there's a lot of stuff I could do better in here, but there's only so much time in the day. So let's see. Input Windows. No, I want input Unity. So we're looking for, say, input get access, right? Oh, you know what? I probably don't have the reference to the inputs. I have the new input system, but not the old input system reference. That's why it's not showing up. So let's go find that really quick. The Unity engine. Unity engine. Input legacy model. So we have the input module, and I said model, huh? Input legacy module. So we want to have reference to the legacy system and the new system. So now we have, that's the legacy system, that's the new system, I think. Well, I'm positive that that's the new system, but as you can see, that worked. And now we can say like input.get button, and then we'd say what key code what is the key code for the tilde? Let's see, how do you pronounce that? How to pronounce tilde? See, learning new things. Is it? It's actually under tilde. That's funny. Duh. So we want to wrap that in an if statement, if input, and it should be get button down. And now why are you yelling at me? Oh, no, wait a minute. Is key code... Key code's not the new input system, is it? Yeah, get key down. I just switched it. Or get key down. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. I put get button down, but that's what I meant to switch it to. Thank you. go key code. Yeah, so it is. And that fixed the error, duh, because it's not a button, it's a key. Okay, we're good here. Anyways, so if input get key down, the tilde key, we will show the console. Boom. And then we will take that and put that right there under the legacy input system. Now, let's do the new input system. New input. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. So let's put that into an if statement, right? If keyboard dot current I don't think that's actually the right way to do that. Hold on. I know they have this wonderful guide here that's like migrating from the old system. There we go. Oh, and then see, that shows you all that good stuff that you can do. And then it shows you the equivalence of each thing in the old system and then what it would be in the new system. So let's find get key down. I guess it's button control is pressed. Oh, okay, I see what I'm doing. I don't need to put it in parentheses. It should just be current dot. Now, see, they don't have tilde. Interesting. What do they have? I would think it would be under tilde key, but maybe it's under... No, well, this is for the new input, though. Put it outside of the... Gotcha. I think I see what you're saying. So, var... No, I can't do that, because it needs to be a part of this current keyboard. This is for the new input system, though. What do you mean, to get key down? The back quote, maybe? It will work if I have this field for active input handling set to both, but I do not. I'm only going to use the new system, so I need to have an option for just the new system. At least I think I do. Maybe you know something I don't. Teach me your ways. But hold on, I'm trying to find what is the tilde key. Do they even have the tilde key? Let's just Google it. How to access tilde key. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, most people switch to both, and when you first import the new input system, it asks you if you want to update or switch your editor to the new input system, and it will select both for you. But I like to remove that and just select the new input system, because really they should just get rid of the old system. So I guess it is back quote. That's what I was thinking it is. So back quote key. So keyboard.current.back quote key was pressed this frame. Show console. All right. So then, now, one other thing I forgot. Oh, that's right. I know how I did this. I cannot put it here in this project because, frick, what did I break? Oh, that's right. Just get rid of that. Okay, I cannot put it here in this project, and actually I don't need reference to the input systems at all in this project, I don't think. Although it's still going to yell at me because I'm using the using statement. But I don't want any reference to the input system in this project because since this gets built into a DLL, you cannot use preprocessor directives in pre-built dynamic load libraries, right? So what I did is in my Dark Matter Studios project, under the developer console, I have a script that this is actually in the Unity project. It's not a part of that assembly that gets created. And this is supposed to then go. So I understand what I'm doing wrong here. So I forgot how to use my own system. That's sad. Anyways, let's get rid of that. That should be hidden by default. And then on here, yeah, see, so on here, we have this script that I wrote that's actually made in Unity, because in here, we can then use all the preprocessor directives, including for Android and iOS. I even have the ability to do touch capability, because you can't press that hotkey on your keyboard in an Android or iOS application unless there's an input field or you actually show the keyboard. Which I didn't want to do. I then have this developer console input that has reference to the developer console, and then you can actually set which key you want. You can create a binding, for example. I think that's what we want, actually. Yeah. So we can then create a binding to the keyboard. God, why does it do that? And we'll have it listen for input, and we'll press that key, the tilde key, and we'll select that. Boom. So now, so the reason it wasn't working is because there was no input action specified here. I had updated it so that you can now specify what you want your hotkey to be in case you don't want it to be the tilde key. Maybe you want it to be the number 0 key or F7 key. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You can then define that here. And then if we go back and play, we'll make this nice and big. We've now come full circle. So if I press the back quote, because that's what it's called in the new input system, if I press it, it then shows the console. And this is all at runtime. This would then show all your logs and stuff. So if I've built this off to, say, an Android phone, how it's actually set up for Android is you would set up a touch input action with like a 3-finger touch, so that there's 3 different touches going on at once. Because obviously someone's going to be touching the screen a lot in a touch screen application. So you would set up like a 3-finger touch, and if you touch the screen with 3 fingers, it would then bring up this console on your Android phone at runtime. So you could then, as a developer, see what's going on. And then in here, you can have tools or different settings, like to show the different notifications and stuff. Yeah. You could even submit a bug report. This lock, this is a scrolling window, so if you're getting lots of logs, you can actually lock it so that it won't scroll. That way you're not like trying to look at a log and then it just passes by really quick. And then you can unlock it when you want to. And then you can exit the console when you're ready to go back to the game itself. So if you're running something on a device, that's what this developer console is for. You can then see any logs that are coming in as a developer. And then in your final published build that you're actually going to submit to the store, you would just get rid of the developer console. You would just remove it from here so that it's not a part of the build, right? And same with like the log manager. Anything that's for development, you would remove. And that's kind of what I was going to do is you can create, say, another profile for the startup manager and call it development. So then this profile will have all the developer tools in it. And then if we go back to the regular one, we then get rid of the developer console. We get rid of the log manager. Those are not things needed in production. So we'll name this production. All right, so we now have a production profile and a development profile. And then in here, we would select the development profile for now. And then when you're ready to build your game to publish it for production, you would then switch over to the production profile, and that automatically removes those things for you, right? So yeah, that's kind of the benefit of having different profiles. Yeah, okay. So we have now updated a lot of stuff here. Let's see. What do we need to do next? This is the right project. So now the game manager is another thing that I usually just create for each project separately, because the game manager could be different for every project, except this one's broken. I don't know why. Oh, because it has reference to all these other things. So we don't need that anymore. 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 We don't need that. Just get rid of all those. In fact, we don't want any of these. These are all things that would go somewhere else. So now I have a persistent manager set up, right? These are all the managers that should always be initialized in your project before any scenes load. They should always live throughout the entire life cycle of your game, your application. What I also like to do is create what I call dynamic managers. So let's get this all set up with the addressable system. We'd create a new group. We'd call it dynamic managers. And we'll drag that dynamic managers folder there. So anything that we put in here will automatically be marked addressable as part of this dynamic managers group. And what a dynamic manager is, let's see, did I actually create a prefab for that yet? I did not. Let's create a prefab really quick. So the dynamic manager what this does, it's just a kind of a container that holds reference to whatever the dynamic managers are. And what I consider a dynamic manager is something that you might want to load or unload dynamically. That doesn't need to exist all the time in your project. These are maybe managers that control the game scene, for example. So like how I'm using it here I've got this dynamic manager's scriptable object that then has the dynamic managers in it. And we're going to have to create a few more prefabs. Shoot. Oh, wait, I didn't create the... So the dynamic manager itself is a persistent manager. I want this to always exist in the scene. And then what happens is when you need to load its references, so I'll show you. Do we have a physics manager? No, we do not. So, for example, let's say we have a physics manager class, and we'll throw the physics manager script on there. And we're going to make that a dynamic manager and then delete it from the scene. And this physics manager has reference to all physics objects that inherit my iPhysics interface. And then it's just one mono behavior, it's just a single mono behavior with the update, fixed update, and late update methods in it. And then it passes all of that into the physics class. So like the iPhysics interface, this would go on something that is not a mono behavior, or it could be a mono behavior, it doesn't matter. But then that way there's not multiple different mono behaviors related to physics all running their separate update loops at once. It's just kind of all combined into this one mono behavior, the physics manager, that then does a tick update or a tick fixed update for each of those physics objects. So that's kind of what this guy does, the physics manager. And being a physics manager, we don't want this manager running all the time in the project, or in the game, that is. Maybe when your game first boots up, you boot up into a main menu. And the main menu doesn't need a physics manager because it's just a bunch of UI, right? So that's why, if we go back to the dynamic manager's scriptable object, we would then fill this in. I think I set this up to be game objects, huh? Yeah, I did. I got to make an addressable version of this too. Shoot, where'd I go? There we go. So we would fill this in with, say, the physics manager. Hold on, I gotta lock that to the editor. So we would fill this in with the physics manager, and then the dynamic manager, when told to load its dynamic managers, would then instantiate the physics manager at that time. So like when you load into your actual gameplay scene that would be using this manager, this would then be instantiated before that scene is loaded because it's a game scene, right? And then let's say you're playing your game and you press the pause button and you want to quit back to the main menu. So when you quit back to the main menu, the dynamic manager would then unload all of the dynamic managers to thus save on resources and memory and stuff like that. So that's kind of the idea of why I have persistent managers and dynamic managers. And this game manager can actually go into the persistent managers. And we'll delete that field, game manager, and we'll make sure that we actually have him set up. Game manager. I like to put things in alphabetical order, just again, so that when I pull up this list to find something, I can be like, oh yeah, that's not in the list, because it's all alphabetical here. So for example, we have the developer console and game manager, so we're missing the dynamic manager because it should go developer console, dynamic manager, game manager. So we'll add back in the dynamic manager. That'll go there. And now when we play our scene, the persistent managers are all there, including the dynamic manager. And then let's say dynamic manager test. We'll create a quick script to show how the dynamic manager works. As you might see, I have a lot of template scripts as well. That's because if you create a script templates folder at the root of your project, and then you put different templates for, like, let's say a new editor, a new interface, a new mono behavior, new scriptable object, that will then add these options to your create menu. So instead of just creating a regular C# script and having to remove the start and update methods and any using statements that you don't actually need, I have created templates that help me to create something a lot quicker. So for example, I'll create a mono behavior, which is the same as C# script, but you'll see in a minute, we'll call this dynamic manager test. We'll wait for Unity to recompile real quick. And then when we open this, you can see this already inherits from my base behavior. It's not, which inherits from mono behavior. It's already has the start and update methods that are usually put in here removed for you. It even has a nice copyright for my studio, and has already kind of filled in the XML name for this class, right? So you can speed up your workflow with little tricks like these. If you create templates for different scripts that you might want to create, like for example, if I were to create an interface called new interface, let Unity recompile, and then we open that up, and you can see it's already set as an interface. It has its name, it has the XML documents, has a nice copyright, it uses the namespace for my studio, that kind of stuff. So very handy to create templates for yourself, and then put them in the script templates folder. And Unity will automatically pick these up, but you have to know that there's one caveat there, that if you create this folder and then you create a bunch of templates in it, Unity will not pick it up here right away. You actually have to restart the editor, and the next time that you then open, if you close and then reopen the project, they will then all show up here under the create menu. So very handy. But yeah, so we're working on this dynamic manager test. And what we're going to do is we'll create the start method, right? We're going to make it asynchronous. We're going to say wait maybe 5 seconds. No, it wants an integer. That's right. And this is in milliseconds. That's why it's 5,000. So you could do like 5 times 1,000. So that's 5 seconds times 1,000. But we don't need to do that. Just we're going to wait 5 seconds. In fact, hold on. We'll do some logs too so you can see. Dynamic manager start method. We will wait 5 seconds and then say dynamic manager test. Start method, and then dynamic manager test. I like to put the script in brackets in my log messages, like so, because then you know who's logging the message and it's easier to go find. And then we'll say loading dynamic managers ... and then we'll say dynamic managers loaded. And then right here, dynamic, did I create events for that yet? I don't know that I did. Oh, I did. I just put them under the game events. So, so right here, we'd call game events dot load dynamic managers. So you'll, in fact, let's make this really obvious. So the startup manager will load all of the persistent managers at the start of the scene. And then this is a test because you would call this when you want to load the different dynamic managers. And then let's wait another 10 seconds. And then say unloading dynamic managers, and then call the game event to unload the dynamic managers. And one more statement at the end for dynamic managers unloaded, right? So this will kind of show that all the persistent managers are loaded in before even the scene itself. And then after a 10-second delay, the dynamic managers will be loaded and we will be able to see those. And then after another 10-second delay, the dynamic managers will be unloaded because they're no longer needed, right? So that's what we're doing here. And let's go show that off really quick. So dynamic manager tests, that's still locked. That can be reset, and we'll throw that there. And save. All right, so if we play the scene, you'll see all the persistent managers are here. The dynamic manager has nothing underneath it, no children yet. And that script, after 10 seconds, you see in our console, it's loading the dynamic managers. Now the dynamic manager has children because the physics manager is a dynamic manager. Whoops, I think I set it up to instantiate it twice instead of unloading when you call unload. So we'll check on that in just a second. But give me 1 second, guys. I need to run to the restroom really quick and maybe grab a snack. So I will be right back in like 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. All right, I'm back already. I know, you guys missed me, huh? I'm just kidding. Let's see, switch back over to the green screen here. And boom. All right, so we have our dynamic manager set up, but we need to go fix its reference. Yeah, so you can see here when the unload event is called, I was loading the dynamic managers again. So I was doing that twice. And that's not actually what we want. We want it to unload. And then let's go test it one more time. So if we play, the persistent managers are all there. The dynamic manager has no dynamic managers under it. After 10 seconds, we'll see in the console that it's loading them, which it just did. So it just loaded the physics manager because that's a dynamic manager that we want to load and unload as needed. And then it went ahead and unloaded it again, just like we have it set up. So loading, loaded, unloading, and unloaded, right? So yeah, that's kind of how that system works. And then to also show off the developer console a bit more, we have it set up to show log messages up here. Regular log messages are blue, warnings are yellow, errors are red. And you can easily click on that notification to open up the runtime log. And as you can see, here's all the, even though I cleared the console, here is all the logs inside my developer console that works at runtime. And we can scroll through it if there was more. And you can see, maybe you can't because it's kind of small. Let me zoom in a bit. That there are 5 messages, and then these toggles allow me to turn on and off those different types of messages, just like you would here in the Unity console. You could turn off the different types of messages that you might receive. You could also clear the log. So it's basically a copy of the Unity log that works at runtime. And so yeah, that is our dynamic manager system, and it is working as expected. And one thing about this system is it's a very generic system. So we could probably throw it into, say, this core Dark Matter Studios package project that I have. So we'll call this dynamic just call it dynamic managers, I guess. And then we'll create a new class called dynamic manager. And then we'll just take our code from here and paste it into here, so it's part of this project now. And we're also going to need the dynamic managers SO, which is a base SO, and put that into its own file, and we'll grab that from here as well. Add all these missing references. In fact, maybe I make a new project completely for this, because I also want to have an addressable version, and I don't want to have to reference the addressables package from the core package just to make this work, because then you're forced to have the addressables package in your project, even if you're not using it, and that doesn't sound good. So let's create a new project. In fact, hold on. Let's create a new folder, new solution folder called dynamic managers. And then in here, we create a new project. Oh my God, can't type. Dark Matter Studios .unity .dynamic managers. Right. Then create. Perfect. Let's go ahead and set this to disable nullable references. We don't really need them. C#9, perfect. And from any other project, let's copy this build output into this project so that when we build it, it automatically gets put into our Unity project. And this will be under dynamic managers, runtime assemblies, and it'll be Dark Matter Studios.unity.dynamic managers. All right, so that's all set up. Then we can take this dynamic manager. We'll probably have to build separate events for it. That's fine. We're going to take this dynamic manager class and we're going to put it over here instead. This would be a base. Oh my god. Behavior, which I don't have reference to. Let's go ahead and add a reference to the core project really quick. That's this one. And now we'll have access to base behavior. And also we want to take this guy. Wait, it goes here actually. Put that there for a second. And then back in the core project, let's get rid of that, and get rid of that, and get rid of that. Alright, then rename this to the dynamic manager.cs. We should have access to that now. Did I spell it wrong? I think O-U-R. There we go. I spelled it wrong. I did add, no. This project specifically needs a reference to the Unity Engine core module. Boom. All right, then we're all happy. And the one thing we don't have is those events. So move that off to there. Let's be Dark Matter Studios. Dynamic managers, dynamic managers SO. I think I want to make this like profile or something. Dynamic managers profile SO. It does not matter. We'll just leave it as that for now. So I want to make an addressable version of this. And I guess one thing we should do really quick is create some events that go around this. Dynamic events, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Dynamic manager events. Let's just call it that for now. Move that there. In fact, we're just going to take them straight from the other place because it's easier. It's those right there. Why retype things that you've already typed? Yep, import system action. And grab those two methods that call them. And set all these up. And event invoke to load the dynamic managers. Event invoked to unload the dynamic managers. Load the dynamic managers and unload the dynamic managers. So then if we make this dynamic manager events, it will be all happy. All right, cool. Oh, and we should add my copyright. So this is for the business. That's fine. Boom. Let's close some things out here. All right, we'll be back to that in a sec. All right. Yeah, I do want to call this something else. Let's call this Dynamic Managers Profile SO. Don't rename anything else for the time being except for its XML name, and change this to a base SO just so it fits with all my other stuff. And then what we're going to do is create a default Dynamic Managers Profile SO. That is a Dynamic Managers Profile. And we're actually going to move all of this into there. And we will then force this to be abstract. We'll take this asset menu creation and actually put it on this one instead. This will be the default Dynamic Managers Profile. It's kind of a long name. I don't know if I like that, but we're just going to call it that for now. So default Dynamic Managers Profile. And then in here, we're going to have public abstract void initialize. We'll just call it root. That's fine. And then we're going to have a load. And we're going to have an unload. Now, so the reason I'm doing this is I can now create different types of profiles that handle the loading and unloading separately in different ways. So, for example, this is the default Dynamic Managers profile. It will handle it by using game objects and instantiating those game objects. I can now create an addressable Dynamic Managers profile that will addressably load an asset and instantiate it that way instead. Actually, I realize that some of those fields can be here. And we'll call this protected and call it root. And protected is loaded. No, maybe we don't want that there. We just want the root. Because then we can take this initialize method. It's going to work the same for everyone. It doesn't need to be abstract. So we'll just make it, we have a public transform, or not public, a protected transform called root that then any inheriting class will be able to access. And then right here we will set that root, and we'll change that to root as well. The root object root object to parent dynamic managers 2. All right, so then we no longer need that initialize here. We can just access the underlying root, right? And these all have to have override on them now because they are overriding that abstract method. So override, and that just destroys them. So yeah, now we have a default dynamic managers profile. And let's keep this organized. So we'll call this profiles. And we'll create one called abstract. And put that there. And put that there. So yeah, so now we have a default dynamic managers profile. Maybe we just call it dynamic profile. I don't know yet. So yeah, we have a dynamic manager that just calls the load and unload on whatever profile it has. The profile itself can then handle how to load and unload those objects. So we can then make another new project. .unity.dynamic managers .addressable and let's edit its properties. C#9, disable nullables, fine, and grab the build output code to throw onto this project as well. And this one will go to dynamic managers.addressable, and we'll make sure to add addressable here. All right, so that's set up. That's set up. We then have a let's make a directory called profiles, so it matches this other one. We'll put that class into here. And this class we will name the addressable dynamic managers profile SO because that's a mouthful. Dynamic managers profile SO. And let's give this project a reference to the other project. That would be this one. So it now has reference to the other project. We're also going to give it reference to the addressables system. So unity.addressables DLL, because we want this to load and unload those. We'll go ahead and and we have to add the core module, of course. Unity engine core module. Reference that, perfect, and then we can now implement its missing load and unload methods. And we'll just fill in some XML statements for those methods. Unload. Now, we'll actually put this project under an addressable folder. And let's see. So for example, we have this addressable startup profile, which works the same way. So we're going to have, in this profile, we will have a list of asset references. But it's going to be the dynamic manager, the addressable dynamic manager assets. And this will be called dynamic managers. We don't need that. We're not even in the editor yet. Make sure we put the copyright on everything. All right, okay, then so let's see. Yeah, so we're doing that, basically this. So if dynamic managers.count is less than 1, then return. There's no reason to load anything. We then want to take just that. We might need the parent too. No, we'll just access that with the root. All right, so for each, for each dynamic manager, dynamic manager instantiate async, and we'll need reference to the resource manager DLL. So Unity engine dot, actually I think that's in script assemblies. Unity dot resource manager. There it is. Unity dot resource manager. So we need access to that guy, and then the parent is our root object that's down in the base profile. Ta-da! Now, how do we load these? I mean, unload these. I think we need to keep a list of everything that is loaded. I might not have to actually. I could probably just do let's see, dynamic manager dot, I think it's what, release asset, release instance. No, yeah, so I think I want to release the asset, maybe? I can't remember which one it is. Let's go look it up. Why did it open DuckDuckGo? Addressables, release asset, Unity. Game instantiation, data cleared, event viewer. Yeah, so we do want to keep reference to its instance and then release the instance itself. So we'd call addressables.release instance, and actually instance equals that there, and then active dynamic managers dot add the instance, and then for each instance in the active dynamic managers, addressables dot release instance pass in the instance. Okay, so now we have an addressable version of this. That shouldn't be public, it should just be private. Dependencies, and this actually doesn't have to be a list. We can make it an empty array just for performance. Because Unity's inspector is nice enough to handle it as a, or to kind of dynamically adjust the array as we add things to it. And then we just change that to length. So if the length is less than 1, return. For each dynamic manager in the dynamic managers, we instantiate it, we wait for completion to get the game object from it. We then add that instance to the active dynamic managers list. And then in here, we can do the same thing that if the active dynamic managers list.count is less than 1, there are no active dynamic managers to unload. Otherwise, for each instance in the list, we call addressables release instance. All right, now we've got our addressables version. We can actually get rid of all of that. And I think we already set this up to copy it to the output. Perfect, we did. So if we now build that, our project will update itself. Sorry guys, I am hungry. I'm just opening up a snack here. I will try to mute while I'm eating though, of course. And then if we go into plugins, we now have our new Dynamic Managers project and the Dynamic Managers addressable project. Perfect. So let's go create some package exports for it. Call this Dynamic Managers and Dynamic Managers dot addressable. So this will then have Dynamic Managers. Cool. Copy that to this other one and add dot addressable. All right, so we now have these packages that will be exported. We should then add I created a dynamic manager system that I'll show off in a second. But I created it inside this Unity project, and this is something that I want to be able to reuse in any project. So I then took the time to create a DLL from that code that I can now load into any project. So I'm just finishing setting that up real quick, and then I'll show you exactly how that works. So this, we want that. And now, in the full install, we will put that there. The full install.addressable, put that there, and add the addressable one as well. Put that underneath it. These will also need both of that. Just trying to keep everything in alphabetical order. Sorry, this just takes me a second to set up. Addressable. All right, so I guess to start explaining while I'm setting this up, the dynamic manager system is kind of similar to the persistent managers, but they're called dynamic managers because they're systems or managers or whatever term that you want to use for what your things that you code. They are managers that you would want to load and unload dynamically at runtime, depending on different circumstances. So, for example, you might have a level manager or a physics manager, and those are systems that you might not want to have running throughout the entire life cycle of your game. When your game first boots up, most games will boot up into a main menu scene. And in your main menu scene, you might not want to have the physics manager as a persistent manager running all the time. And then when you press start game or load game, you would load into a game scene that's not the main menu, where there's actual gameplay. And at that time, you would then load these dynamic managers. And then if you exited from the gameplay back to the main menu, you could then unload the dynamic managers. So that's kind of the idea of what dynamic managers do. Let me make sure I set all these up correctly. Cool. All right. So then let me export these and I will load it into the other project and show you exactly how it works. By the way, I'm just muting while I eat my snack here so that you guys don't have to hear my horrible chewing sounds. So that's why I'm muted. Give me a second. All right. And of course, we added a bunch more packages here, so exporting these packages is going to take a little bit more time again. I should really look at making that asynchronous, actually. That wouldn't be too hard to do. Close out of that window. There we go. All right, so all of our packages were exported, including the new dynamic managers and dynamic managers addressable packages. We will go back here. We already have the test set up, but what we want to do, let's get rid of the prefab. and get rid of those. For sure. Yeah, cool. No worries, bro. I will be here. In fact, tell me when you're back, and then I'll show you how this works again. In fact, we need to go create the scriptable objects for this. Because we forgot to. Whoops. And I actually set that up wrong anyway. And I didn't even add the create asset menu here. Whoa. Dark Matter Studios, dynamic managers, addressable, dynamic managers profile SO, as if that wasn't already long enough. And we will set that to number 1 because the default one over here, I'm going to fix that name. This one will show up first, and then this one, put an underscore there. And let's now rebuild this. What do we get? Equals default. And equals array.empty game object. I like to fill in those values so that I don't get any warnings. Actually, I'm very perfectionist sometimes. Cool. All right, that's going to update. We'll create our scriptable objects. We will re-export our packages because I forgot to create these scriptable objects to begin with. That should all be under the right menu now, which it is. Perfect. Dynamic managers. We'll create the default dynamic managers profile. And that's in the dynamic managers project. And dynamic managers addressable. Create a new folder called scriptable objects. Dynamic managers profile SO. I should have done this for the other one too, that's okay. And create the addressables dynamic manager profile. So then this one works with addressable assets, whereas this one works with game objects. Wonderful. And let's create another folder for this. And drag that guy in there, and go fix the other one really quick. Should get rid of that. So the list is empty to begin with. And make sure we do that to this one too. Yep, list is empty. Perfect. So then let's re-export the packages. Oh crap, no, I forgot something else. Oh, okay, and now we gotta wait for this. I really gotta make this asynchronous. So that way I don't have to, or make it so I can cancel it or something. Now we have to wait for this so that I can go do the one last thing I needed to. almost done. Gonna have to do this one more time, of course. Oh shoot, my phone just died. I gotta plug that in. What just yelled at me? Huh. Man, it takes a good like over 2 minutes now. 104.15 seconds to export all that. And I still have to do it one more time because I forgot to create the Dynamic Manager prefab. Reset that, Dynamic Manager. We'll put the default profile in there. And put that in there as a prefab and delete it from the scene. And that way this will now be exported. And let's export one more time. And I'm gonna find a wire really quick for my phone so that I can charge it. I found the wire. I need a brick. Need a charging brick, please. Maybe I have it in my box of electronic stuff. Let's see. There we go. There's a brick. Probably don't even need that much, but that's okay. Then this off of my lap. I have this nice little phone stand here. I'll show you that my phone kind of sits on, but I forgot to plug it in. So it's just sitting on it, not even charging, because that's exactly what we needed. So let's get that plugged in, and then it can actually charge my phone. It's a nice wireless charging pad, that is, by the way. All right, all this is now exported. We'll go over to this other project. Let's go ahead and import the full install addressable URP project or package project. I don't know. I've said those words so many times today. All right, I'm gonna step away for just 2 seconds. I'm gonna go plug something in. I will be right back. Or I'm plugging in my phone charger. So give me 1 sec. All right, I'm back. I have my phone charger is plugged in. I think it's working. I hope that it's working. My phone might be very dead. Actually, I'm not sure if it's getting power or not. That would help. It is not getting power. Well, shoot. What are did I do? Maybe this wire's broken? Crap. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Another wire. Try that one. Stepping away. Let me import that. And while that's importing, I'm stepping away one more time just to plug in my phone wire. Be right back. Did that do it? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it did. Well, shit. I guess it might be the brick then. I wonder if I have another brick. I should really just test this before I plug it in. Make it a lot easier than going back and forth. Hold on. I'm gonna go test this. I'll be right back, guys. Perfect. All right. So it is the brick. The brick is bad. Let's go plug this back in under the stairs really quick. All right, I'm back. All right. So this wire's probably fine. This brick can be thrown away. Wait, what? Is this working? Yes. Okay, it's working. I can charge my phone. Hey, all right. Alright, now is my phone actually charging? It is. It's just very dead now. Alright, let it do its thing. Alright, where were we? We just imported the new updated project into here. We can now get rid of these events. Alright, get rid of these events, we don't need them. Instead, we're going to call the dynamic manager events class. And this should all now be set up and working as expected. And we probably have a missing reference here. So what we'll do is we'll find the dynamic manager. We will create a prefab variant of it. We will drop it into our persistent managers class. I know it's confusing. Persistent managers folder. Sorry, I can't word today. Can't English today. And then we will fill that in here with the dynamic manager prefab variant. And now everything should work exactly the same. We play our scene. The dynamic manager is there. After 10 seconds, it will then load the dynamic managers, which we forgot to actually set that up. It doesn't have any dynamic managers. So for our variant, we will use the addressable profile. And we will put in the physics manager. And that's now updated. Okay, so now when we play, the dynamic manager is there. It has no children. And after 10 seconds, it should then load its dynamic managers, which is just that one physics manager. Perfect, it did. There it is. It showed up in the scene. And after another 10 seconds or so, it will then unload that instance. Boom, dynamic manager is unloaded, and it's no longer there. Perfect, we are all working. This is awesome. Okay, cool. We've now separated that out. Trying to release null object. Why are you trying to release a null object? Oh, gotcha, because in on destroy, I actually know why it's doing that. So in the profile here, after we've released all the instances in this list, we then need to clear the list because there shouldn't be any more instances in the list. So we add them all here, we release them all here, and then clear the list so that it's empty because it was trying to unload what it thought were still instances in this list that had already been unloaded, so they were null objects, and then it hit an error. So yeah. All right, let's go ahead and rebuild that. I gotta figure out a way to make this flow of building something in the Dark Matter Studios project and putting it into the Unity Dark Matter Studios project and then exporting it out to a package and importing it into other projects. I gotta make that flow less I need to make it more, have less friction. I don't know how I wanted to say that. I need it to have less friction. I feel like it takes way too much turnaround time for it to do that. So I'm gonna finish the rest of my snack while this is exporting. So I'm gonna mute so you guys don't have to hear me. Hold on. All right, so this is my exporter script. Oh, I already do have it set as asynchronous. Wow. So is it this that's taking forever? No, that's just finding. It's just getting the packages. exporting each package. I'm just trying to see how I can speed this up a bit, hopefully. Cool, packages are exported. We'll go ahead and re-import it into here. And it should fix that warning. So we'll try to run the dynamic manager thing again, and it should fix that warning. All right, so we play. Dynamic manager has no children. Shoot, what happened to the profile? The profile was overridden. That's because I created it in this other package, and when I imported the package, it just overrode it again. So that's the same idea as like wanting to create a variant of prefabs. I wonder if there's a way to create a variant of a scriptable object. Well, for now, let's just go ahead and fill this in so we can test that it's working. And play again. All right, and so here's our dynamic manager, has no children. After 10 seconds, it should then load the physics manager as a child manager. Boom, there it is. And after another 10 seconds, it should then unload the physics manager, because that's what our test is doing. Unloaded, perfect. And then when we stop playing, that list of active dynamic managers should have now been cleared, so it won't try to unload a bunch of null objects again. So we stop playing, and no warnings, no errors, nothing. We're good. So yeah, cool. And we'll keep that there for when Mimo gets back, so we can show him, because he wanted to see how that works. Now, how can we make this better? You know what? Let's try asking ChatGPT. Why not? This is my code for how I export Unity, export custom Unity packages in my project. How can I improve this code to make this process faster and more seamless? I don't care that it's more readable. Efficient and robust would be better, yes. We could export packages concurrently. Interesting. So, instead of awaiting each one, select export package. To array. And await task. System threading task. When all export tasks. So instead of awaiting them one at a time, we can get all the packages and then export it. Now, why would I do... So we don't want this to be awaitable then. Actually, well, it's okay if this is awaitable. That's not going to be... So we get packages. So let's see here. But that's going to await each and every one, which is actually exporting the package. We don't want to do that. We want to instead get create export task, I guess is what we're thinking. That should actually be a task, duh. Then we basically want this. I think we want to wrap it in this. So let's just copy from ChatGPT here and make sure this is what I want. So we pass it in the package. That's the one. Or if the export list is less than 1, return. then we're creating a task array. Which is doesn't need that. Okay, so we're selecting the destination path. We're running a task that creates the package name and the full path and sets up the export package and shoves all that into an array of tasks for each thing. And then we are calling that from here, creating the export tasks. I guess, okay, we'll see if that works. And then we do all that. And then that will comment out. So we're not using that anymore, we're just using this one. Alright, well this is what ChatGPT says I can do to speed this up. I'm not quite sure this will work, but let's give it a try anyway. So before it was taking about 104 seconds to export these packages. Let's see if it can do it in parallel. I'm actually not sure it can, because using the asset database I think has to run on the main thread, but then I couldn't have awaited it to begin with. So maybe, I guess I can. Alright, so let's export our packages. And they all failed because getName can only be called from the main thread. Yeah. So, instead of doing it like this, I think this is the getName, right? Whereas this one, now, interesting, because I'm also calling getName here. And this is in an awaitable task. See if maybe that will work. I don't know why it would though, because I guess technically this is all happening because we're doing the task.run right here. Can we do it without the task.run? So it can't return back the IEnumerable, right? And it needs one less parenthesis. And it can't be inferred from usage. Okay, so incorrect number of parameters. It needs a source and a result. Whereas when we're doing it with task.run, well, how are we doing this here? So, I don't know that I want to go down this rabbit hole right now. It's not really that important. And does this need to be async awaitable? Maybe that's just my problem, is that I shouldn't be. So we don't need that. Let's just go back to how we had it. This is how we had it. And now, let's just say for each package and package, export package. And why don't we make this static void? And we don't need to await task.completed. And now we're not asynchronous. Except that's asynchronous. Do we need that to be asynchronous? Static Unity export package array get packages. And just return the instances. And then packages equals get packages. And that doesn't have to be async. And let's try it without async, and let's see if that actually makes a difference. I'm curious. I'm curious what the difference will be here. Very curious indeed. I'm not sure if this is taking longer. Actually, I have an idea. I think this is taking longer. I guess we'll see when it's done. But that's why I have these log statements that show how much time it took. Wow, it actually sped it up by like 5 seconds, which isn't a huge difference, but it actually did speed it up. Let's make that await again. And what if we don't call await? So getting all packages, we don't really need to await that actually. There's no real benefit in doing that. So we'll just put that back to normal. We'll just get packages. We'll actually move that up to before it. And then the export package. Have an idea. All right, so what if, and don't need to do that, and then what if we say our file name equals that. Oh, shit. So let's get the file name before we do anything else, and then call task.run. And take that and shove it in there, but we can't have that there. So we'll just pass in file name. So then that way each of these can be done on a background thread. And that should maybe make it faster, actually. I think that's the way to do it. So, because that way we are getting the file name on the main thread from the destination path, but then when we actually export the package, we're running that on a background thread and just passing in the file name, because we've already got that from the main thread, and that was what it was complaining about. I think this is actually the way to do it, and then now we can run all these in parallel. So we got 97.51 seconds last time. Let's see if this makes a difference. So 97.51, let's clear that, and export. Holy crap, it did that almost immediately because it's not actually waiting for each package to be updated, or did it? No, because see, these were all modified. Not right now. They were modified 6 minutes ago. No. Oh, you know what I did? I know what I did. We gotta make this async, and we gotta await that. This a task, and then await it here, and make this async. That way it will await exporting each and every package, and then when it's done doing all of those, then it'll give us the ending time. Build that one more time. .06 seconds is definitely not accurate. And it didn't even export anything. It ran it all on background threads and actually did absolutely nothing. All right, let's try that one more time. So export package can only be called. Well, shit. I guess we'll just go back to how it was then. I think I had it how it should have already been the entire time. All right, I think that's how it was originally. Let's build that one more time. And yeah, because the exporting the package itself can't be run on a background thread. So let's go ahead and export our packages, make sure that that's working how we want it. And it seems to be working how we want it. We fixed what we broke. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. All right, that was a whole rabbit hole that we just went down for absolutely no reason. Wow, that was fun. And actually, making it not asynchronous, since it all has to run on the main thread anyway, sped it up by a few seconds. So maybe we will go back to that, actually. Because there's really no reason to make it asynchronous whatsoever. Because that does not seem to have any benefit. Boom. All right, and we'll move the start time to before we get the packages, because we want to grab the start time right away, get the packages, export each package, grab the end time, calculate the total time, and then log that out. And then the destination directory we grab from wherever it exported it to, and if it exists, then we're just opening it in the Windows File Explorer. Let me make sure that's done. 105 seconds. It got even longer that time. Jeez. And so let's build that. We've removed all asynchronous stuff because apparently that does not help here. And export. Now, I wonder if there is a way to make this asynchronous in a way that actually benefits it. You know what I could probably do is the job system. I don't know, because most of this has to be run on the main thread, so maybe none of it's going to help, no matter what I want to do. I mean, there's probably a way, but I don't really feel like taking the time to think that through and create that just for a few seconds of benefit, because I guess over time those few seconds will add up, so maybe I do at some point, but for right now I don't really think I want to. And I'm not really seeing a major benefit from doing that. Ooh. I am getting kind of hungry again and a little tired. So I might be taking a break here from streaming and going to get some lunch because it's actually a little late. I have not eaten lunch yet. Wifey just got home from work, so I'm going to go say hi to her. Let's make sure this works. We'll see how much time it took. And then we will call it a stream for now. Honestly, it still took about the same amount of time, even if maybe a few milliseconds more, which is strange. Very, very strange. Well, I'm going to look at that a little bit later. For now, got those exported. I think I already imported it into here. There's nothing really more to do. And I think we'll come back to this in a little bit, guys. I'm going to be streaming a little bit later. Might be playing some Fortnite because they just had a huge Fortnite Metallica crossover. I guess it's not super huge, but Metallica is one of my favorite bands. So I am very intrigued and curious at how this is going to play out and if they have a cool concert or not. So I'll be checking that out a little bit later tonight. And for now, I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for supporting me. Don't forget to hit that follow button so you can catch me whenever I do go live. I am trying to get a schedule up so that I can be more consistent with when I'm streaming and kind of adhere to my schedule. For now, it's just kind of been up in the air. I was busy for the last few days going to graduations and stuff. But I am trying to get it into a more consistent place. That way you guys know when I'm going to be streaming by looking at my schedule. So yeah, once again, thank you guys so much for being here to support me. I am going to take off for a little bit and go get some lunch, but I will be back in a little bit. So thank you. Catch you guys later.